really? It's cool to do once. Boy, it used to be. It's not this year because the area apparently is stressing.
federal, so this is, no, this is, I don't think it'll be televised.
Yeah, bang on the camera. What happened? That's what it was. Bang on the camera died. Oh, you good? Yeah, they don't give us those.
Oh, are you able to pan over to it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
They don't give us those.
Yes? Yeah? Okay, so I'm going to say Dan and Rosanna, the trial hearing today could last another day or so, and that's because Mangione's legal team have petitioned to...
Yeah, I can pan over.
Well, hold on, not yet. To petition to keep certain key pieces of evidence out of the trial. So the judge is going to listen to the arguments and then decide. Now I want to show you something. If you look right over here to my right, you can see a long line of people. Okay, so it's going to be later on in my live intro.
All right.
Okay?
Yeah. All right, thanks. Yeah, just stay with me and go
Huh?
to the show. I'm going to talk to her. It's a bad dog. All right.
Hearing today that could last a day or so. This is all because Mangione's legal team petitioned to keep certain pieces of the evidence out of the trial. So the judges today is going to listen to the arguments and then decide. Now I want to show you something here. If you look to your right, you can see the long line outside of the courthouse for people who want to get in and watch today's proceedings. Some people even spent the night out here. We saw some people camping. Right. Oh, they're doing casinos first? Robert, with casinos. Watch the proceedings. You know, some of these people we actually saw very early this morning camped out, hoping to make sure that they got a good place and also go inside today. So, but let's now break down what the defense claims. You're just going to stay on the line towards the after.
Yeah, you're going to come back to mine, back to you.
No, because it goes right into VO.
Oh, okay.
So, but obviously for the tag on me.
Yeah, okay.
But once we go there for the intro, yeah.
And this was after my dad. Yeah, actually no.
Hey Al, who's next to us? What station? What station's next to us? Oh.
I know.
Dan Rosanna, this pre-trial hearing, it could last a day or so, even longer, and that's because Angie's legal team petitioned to keep certain pieces of key evidence out of the trial. So the judge is going to listen to the argument and then decide. Now, I do want to show you something. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Oh, you can't pan now? You can't see by panning? No way to do it? I don't care if... Are you going to be able to do that? Not at all? Can we just try, even if it looks bad, and if it looks bad, we won't do it again? Let's just try it. I'm going to say it's kind of hard to see right now, but... Oh.
I will.
Okay. You think you can do it? Yeah? Okay. Why are we being buried? He just...
Yeah. They have a grill. Yeah, they're good. You're not gonna... Do you need anything?
Good morning, Dan, Rosanna. Well, the pre-trial hearing today, it could last another day or so at least, and that's because Mangione's legal team has petitioned to keep certain key pieces of evidence out of the trial. So the judge is going to listen to the different arguments and then decide what can be used. And I want to show you something. If we look here to my right, I know it's kind of hard to tell. You can see a very long line outside of the courtroom, and that's because people want to get in. They want to see the proceedings. In fact, we did see some people very early this morning camping outside of the courthouse just so they could get in. But let's now break down what the defense claims. The 27-year-old's legal team says that he was not read his Miranda rights until about 20 minutes after speaking with police. They argue anything he said before then should not be used as evidence. His legal team also wants some of the items found in his backpack, including a silencer and a notebook, to be suppressed. Now, that notebook allegedly contains a manifesto where Mangione reportedly outlined his plan to, quote, whack an insurance executive. Mangione's attorneys say police did not have a proper warrant when they searched that bag. However, according to court filings, officers on scene said they had safety concerns when they encountered Mangione during his arrest in Pennsylvania. They said that they had to search the bag in order to rule out any explosives or additional weapons. Take a listen to what a legal analyst tells us. Mangione's lawyers want to bar this evidence from both this state case and the federal case. Now, there is going to be a hearing on these charges for the federal case, and that's going to be on January 9th. But for this state case, the judge has blocked out several days in order to hear arguments from both sides before he will decide what evidence can and cannot be used. Now, these hearings start just 3 days before that one-year anniversary of 50-year-old Brian Thompson's murder. Now, Mangione has pleaded not guilty. If convicted, he could face life in prison on these state charges, and on the federal charges, he could face the death penalty. Live in Lower Manhattan, Dan, Rosanna, back to you.
I'll just do it on my phone and send it through Slack.
What's up, lady?
Hey, good morning.
He lied about everything. He said he was Congress. He said his parents were dark hair, glasses. I literally played chess.
sorry. Yeah. Well, maybe you leave this for both, and then you pick up. Oh.
How are you?
Yes, I'll check it out. No, I haven't. Sure.
ABC News.
Nah. You're not coming here, man. You're not taking the spot. I'm going behind you. Just watch me push it, bro. I'm not in the mood, man. You're going to take a step back. Sure. Hey, officer. Officer. What are you guys doing right now? This guy just comes in like 30 minutes late and thinks he's going to step in front of me. I mean, give me a break, man. Like, is he serious though? Who's this guy think he is?
Listen, we'll
He
throw
just got
all
here.
you out. Everybody will go home.
He's gonna,
I will throw everybody out.
everybody will watch this guy. He just walked
Listen,
in.
but you got to learn to behave.
I mean, just show a little manners, man. He's saying excuse me. He's saying a little excuse me. That's all you gotta do.
Both of you stop pushing. Everybody's leaving.
I'll be outside. I'll be outside. I'll be waiting. You got it. I got the side. It's pretty good. Outside. What's up? Like, are you trying to see? Light? Great, bro. Light's old, man.
They're going to let all these.
You have no idea. But I would appreciate
I could be second or third row. I don't care. I just want to get back there if I can. I can be behind you right there now. Is it okay if I just find a spot somewhere?
No stepping on my ground, bro.
You did it.
I won't lean out.
No. This is feeding.
Huh?
This is feeding out. So it's on routine.
Rosanna,
I don't. Or you. That's just me. I don't care if you're there.
Was it before?
Yeah.
Was it before and I got in the beef?
It might have been. Yeah.
I know. You get it.
I got your text. I'll look at it later.
Check it out. It's good stuff.
What's that? You go with you? Yeah. That's great. That's great. Good. What's up?
Green card. Come on, regular. Come on.
I already put it up for them. My bad. Sorry.
Hey, hold on, bud. Good, everybody's good. Thank you.
Good luck tonight.
Appreciate it.
How's it going? How you been? Yeah, you might want to tell him it's not.
You know, I wish they could tell me this before I move, because I'm in schools.
Here.
Against the establishment, and I don't agree that he should be he should get the death penalty. But if he did it, there should be some penalty to pay. Yes.
What kind of penalty? You say not the death penalty. I know today, New York State Court, if he's convicted on the charges, he could face life in prison. Do you think that's sufficient?
Again, I am going to leave that up. If he did it, there should be some penalty, because we cannot have people running around the world, the country, murdering people because you disagree with them or think that they did something. But no, the fact that he did it, he should be punished. But if the law enforcement did not give him due process in reading him his Miranda rights and going through his information without permission, then due process says it should be thrown out.
And do you think the defense will be successful today in having some of that evidence suppressed?
I don't know. I haven't been following it enough to give you any information on that. But again, if what they are claiming, that the police did not get permission to go through his items, due process says that they should have, and then it would be a technicality that a lot of rich people, 1% people, get off on in this society. So if one person who's just a regular person gets off on it, I don't have an issue with that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That was my favorite interview. I loved it.
Of all time.
Thank you.
So far in my career.
Right? Okay.
I've almost done everybody. We're not speaking. I'm not speaking for EPA on one, which is personal, which is single payer, universal health care, or Medicare for all.
Okay, let me just see.
Nice to meet you. Hello, Figaro.
You guys answer some questions for us?
Who you shooting for? Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so we're here pretty much death penalty focused. Let me just
Yeah, you're fine.
get myself together a little bit.
You look great.
You're very kind. You'll
No,
go far.
truly.
You gotta make up for some of the things that happen.
I put that in my diary. Fox News says I look great.
Okay.
Be a little more blonde though. I'm kidding.
What's your name and how do you spell it?
I'm Bill Dobbs, like Lou Dobbs, but no relation.
And what's your name and how do you spell it?
Dorit Eliyahu, Dorit Eliyahu.
Okay, and why are you here today? What are you in support of? What are you supporting?
Here to take a stand against capital punishment in the Mangione cases, as well as capital punishment in this country.
And why are you here today?
Same.
And why is this important for you?
It's important because the death penalty is a violation of human rights. It's applied quite arbitrarily. It's particularly worrisome in this case because Mangione is facing simultaneous state and federal prosecutions. And there's also statements, a stream of statements from the President, the Attorney General, and other administration officials pushing to execute Mangione. So that's all very concerning in terms of justice. And I hope that we get to a point where we realize harsh punishments like the death penalty are bad.
Everybody's good, right? 4 seconds. I'm hanging out.
How long is this? This is all day. This is going to be all day. Really? Yeah, they're saying 5 to 7 days. Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, good.
So this won't be just a random app.
Well, once the witnesses get on stand, you can run down. Nothing's going to be happening. You'll have time to run down. It's a suppression. They're trying to suppress some evidence, so they got to hear from people from Altoona, the cops, blah blah blah. 6th Avenue. Parking's fully square. Park in the square. Make a copy of that and put it in your windshield. That's the easy thing. Especially when you have other cars around. If there's other cars around, they don't give you a hard time. Just put your press card. Yeah, just make a paper copy and put it there. Your Fox ID will probably work. Yeah. Well, when you park on 6th Avenue, it's good to do it.
Take the rest of 5 minutes.
These okay? Your knees are okay? Everything worked out with this, sir?
Should work with Curtis.
1 liter sparkling water. If I get told yes about it, I'm gonna fly back. So I'm gonna I know. She asked me if we can ask
You're the best one. Best one.
Hey, what time did you get here?
I trust me. I trust all my songs. Whatever people.
Season 1, 11 says 25.
Gotta squeeze in there. Tight. Gotta squeeze in. Go, yeah, go for the shot.
I know they were all good. Yeah, we ladies. We ladies. That's so
Can we start a bit over there? Or you can like this one and this one? Oh, because the ladders.
I don't know. Yes, you know, yeah. It's not about 15.
If I'm here, like, you are blocked here like this.
In your car, a couple blocks by Garage or by the Broadway? No, that's Christian.
Try Christian. We're one plate apart.
From Boston? So small.
Oh, no. My daughter goes.
Oh, I remember like people did interviews because they showed
That was really cool.
Why did you like
I'm gonna get info when they come in.
Which chef is coming?
No, I'm just saying from downstairs. No one has any down.
He's coming from.
He's here. He's just in some waiting area.
When they move that gate,
Yeah.
that's
This sign. That's your sign to hit record or double record.
You should get some curly for you. It'll change your life. It makes your hair feel nicer. Makes it more curly.
Okay, we're done.
I was just there the other day. No, I have proof that I was there.
I want Victoria to come back out and tell me.
I have proof.
I need that thing.
One more. How you doing?
November 21st. I was there.
Technically the other day. That's last month.
All right.
Yeah. You're such an extrovert. Maybe you just need a lot of therapy.
Just can't fix that.
No,
That's not like just can't fix
you
it.
need. No. I know a lot of people take therapy. I don't think having quiet is nice. I'm quiet.
Almost the local place.
Yeah. Yeah. But then I'm comfortable with people who are also quiet. Like Victoria and I just hang out. Yeah. I'll go to the apartment and work on it.
You have an obligation to road.
I like that type of friendship because we're at like
You have an obligation to the person to make. Okay.
I listen to a lot of
Hold on. No, no, I just don't have the red bag. Like that. Sucks they can't make 15 for this. It's almost like a play. I guess so. I'll just send you number 46. Jared. We're all just waiting. I'm up. I have my asthma, so I'm just gonna need a better shot. Yeah. I'm up on that too. I'm just saying, I wish someone, wish you told me yesterday, just going right down here or something like that, Yeah. You should see the back of that head. Alright? See. What's that? That's right. Well, this to this station. Or punch you on there. Easily. Traffic. Stuck on the
No, they're fixing monitors. You gotta, it looks like we have a minute.
Yeah, I used to close it once.
Not anymore. City's not there.
No, he's not. Well, let's go Maxwell.
Yeah.
tell you. This is for nobody.
Have you met Chinchilla? They're so cute.
I don't know. He does the question, doesn't he?
Yeah, people want to go take pictures. My cousin has two. Yeah.
You asking about the legal? You asking about the legal? I'm not. You said it. I'm just waiting for the. Just stick on the legal. So that. Luigi, what about the legal?
Yeah, no, I should.
How you feeling? Who are you wearing?
I've got 2 tabs. API's from that's a good stuff around.
Is that so? We call this what's that so?
I'm not sure what 62 is going to be.
We call this the profession.
That's it. Thanks, pal. Appreciate it. Yes.
Jump, look how you go. Basically, a cabal. Covers the water. Well, if he says that,
They are slightly old.
I just passed that rabbit hole.
not blocking you. Ah, shit. Okay, hold on.
Get close.
But then,
Ready?
are they gonna go? How are they gonna go? I could even do this. Hey, am I blocking you guys if I do this? If I go low?
Yeah. No. That's
No, because if I go high, then I'm blocking him. If I go low,
No, yeah, this level good.
Got a lot of people mad at you.
This level also.
if I'm back here, am I blocking you? I'm okay. Okay.
Yeah. Down is good.
This actually could work. I just don't want my head to
Can I get from there?
No. I'm using all my cameras right now, so I'm not like not paying attention.
Just hang it from right there.
You can right on the bench.
We got a shot. We got a shot. Yeah, just drop it something off.
That one word I don't want to say.
So you come in, you get the front spot, and you'll leave. Oh, that? What was it? Frame of credit? Oh no, let's switch her off. So every time I say that,
I'll walk around.
Supposedly his stepmom was outside once. And she was like, I've never met him. And it's like, he just said he was I was like, okay, and then I walked away.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I did.
Oh, really?
I'm just trying to do the best. But I don't know when.
All right, you are watching our special coverage of the Luigi Mangione hearing that is taking place in Lower Manhattan. This is State Supreme Court. You can see right here, we are in the hallway. Luigi Mangione is not in the courtroom yet. This is Gregory Caro's courtroom, New York Supreme Court Justice. He is expected to eventually preside over this case as it presses forward. Today, though, this is a hearing that focuses on the evidence. Again, it's expected to start in just a few minutes. As we look down the hallway here, we do expect that Luigi Mangione will be coming around that corner. He will be escorted by the guards, by the officers of the court into that courtroom, and that's when the proceeding will begin. We've got a couple of different angles of this that we want to show you. This is another angle that we have that is further down the court. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. You can see this is further down the court. The officers there kind of blocking the view, but at some point Luigi Mangione will be walking down that hallway, around the corner, and into the courtroom. We're also outside this morning, and you can see outside there are supporters of Mangione who have been gathered there all throughout the weekend, all throughout, even since Saturday night. We started to hear people who've basically been camped out. And then, of course, there are the journalists, the bloggers, the true crime case experts who are there in court. So what's happening today? Well, Luigi Mangione returns to Manhattan State Supreme Court today. Judges and attorneys begin what could be a week-long hearing to determine whether key evidence obtained during his arrest can be used against him. This is very, very important. An important decision here and set of decisions for one of the most high-profile cases that we've seen in the last 10 to 15 years. Mangione, of course, taken into custody last December. It's really been just about a year since the crime that took place. He's accused of shooting and killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, essentially an execution that happened in Midtown Manhattan. We want to go to Haley Fixler. Haley is outside the courthouse this morning. You've been tracking this case all morning, Haley. Haley, got to warn you, if Mangione walks down the hallway here, we will cut into that and we'll come back out to you just to sort of react to what's happening. But talk to me a little bit about what we're expecting today. I kind of went over some of the broad details, but you've got a little bit more closer look at what's happening. What's going on?
Yeah, absolutely, Dan. So the judge, we know, has blocked out several days for these pretrial hearings. And this all started when Mangione's legal team, they petitioned to have some pieces of the key evidence kept out of the trial. So some of that evidence includes the fact that the 27-year-old's legal team says that he was not read his Miranda rights until about 20 minutes after police officers got in touch with him and started talking to him when they made that arrest in Altoona, Pennsylvania. So right now what they're trying to do is they are trying to argue the fact that because he wasn't read his rights right away, that anything he said up until that point should not be used in court. They're also hoping to get the what was found in the backpack, which was a notepad, a notebook, and a silencer. They want that suppressed. And allegedly this notebook contained a manifesto, and that's where allegedly Mangione wrote a manifesto saying that he wanted to, quote, whack an insurance executive. So that's apparently where his plan was outlined. Mangione's attorneys say that police did not have a warrant to go through the backpack, and so they are pushing for these two pieces of evidence to not be used when it comes down to the trial.
So Haley, I mean, just listening to what you're saying there, I mean, you're talking about the potential murder weapon. We're talking about a diary of some kind that, you know, whether or not you can call it a manifesto is probably going to be part of what they're talking about today. But when we talk about some of that stuff, I mean, potential murder weapon, diary, manifesto, these are key pieces of evidence for the prosecution, and the debate then is whether or not they were obtained legally. And I think you talked to a legal expert sort of about what this all means. I think we can play that sound just about what he is going to say and his take on it. So let's take a listen to that as we wait for Luigi Mangione to enter the courtroom here this morning.
I think that there's still going to be a solid case against him, no matter how these motions come out. I do think he's likely to win one of the motions, which is the motion to suppress statements that he made because he wasn't given his Miranda rights right from the time the interrogation started. I think it was clear that they'd focused their attention on him as the murder suspect, and so they should have at the least given his Miranda warnings to him then. They did not, so any statements after that would be suppressed.
So what he's talking essentially about there is he doesn't think that the murder weapon, the diary or manifesto, but possibly any statements that he made that could be incriminating because he wasn't immediately read his Miranda rights could be tossed out. What did you take away from that statement, Haley? I know you've been listening to that and sort of thinking about and what that could mean this morning as you're outside the state Supreme Courthouse this morning. What did you make of that?
You know, I'm not a legal expert, but we've talked to quite a few over the course of this case, and if that does happen, like David Katz just mentioned, then that does happen. What I also found was interesting was that he said that he doesn't think that the judge will toss out the fact that police didn't necessarily have a warrant to go through the backpack and find the notebook and the weapon. And he said that that was because, A, there was some cause. So in some court filings that were filed on Friday, officers apparently said that they had some safety concerns. They were worried about what was in that backpack. There was a several-day manhunt to find Mangione in Altoona, Pennsylvania, and so they were concerned what he might have. So they said that there was a safety concern, and that prompted them to search that backpack, to look for any weapons, to see what he had in there. David Katz also mentioned the fact that they would have gotten a warrant at some point anyway. This was a backpack that someone that they arrested had in his possession. The chances of them finding it later versus on the scene they were going to find it anyway.
Right,
so that's something that I thought was interesting when we spoke with David Katz.
It's interesting too. I mean, essentially this is someone who is suspected of murder and carrying out really just a high profile situation there in Midtown, something that is essentially an execution. So in some sense, those officers, they may have been thinking that they have to protect the public from someone who is a clear threat. And here we are. It's 10:09 on a Monday morning after this long holiday weekend. You've got dozens of photographers that we can see right now in our shot as we look down the hallway here, waiting for Mangione to come around the corner. You've got people outside. You've got people who you saw, Haley, who were lined up. I mean, are you seeing people with actual tents and things down there? I mean, what are you actually seeing just in terms of the anticipation for this thing?
We did see some tents this morning, and I'm going to see if Al, my photographer, it's going to be a little bit hard because we're restationed in the media pen, but if he can turn all the way to where the protesters are, just to give you a look at what we're seeing. You can see some inflatable costumes, some signs, and then if you look to the left, you might be able to make out one or two of the tents. But I mean, people have been out here since I've been out here since very early this morning, and so we saw people then. But there's no more line outside of the courthouse because court hopefully will be starting soon. But there are people waiting outside to see what happens.
Yeah, and my understanding is that at least 2 or 3 rows of people inside will be his supporters, people who, whatever you take away from this evidence that has been presented and been put out in the public so far about that he was disgruntled with how the healthcare industry in the U.S. is operated. Those are the allegations. Those are the things that are said to be in this diary. Whether or not this diary or manifesto is allowed to move forward in the actual courtroom, that's a different question, but certainly it was something that resonated with thousands of people all across the country and sort of led to him taking on a really sort of pop culture role. Don't want to use the word celebrity, but a pop culture role in some sense. Okay, Haley, thank you very much. I know you've been out there all morning, and as we sort of get a little closer to this thing started, I want to check back in with you just to sort of get your take on a few of the different things that they're going to be talking about. So we'll check back in with you soon. Haley, thank you very much. She is on top of things out there at the courthouse. A lot of good information, Haley. Thank you so much. Okay, so here we go. It is 10:11. We are right here live inside New York State Supreme Court. Luigi Mangione returning to court today on Monday. He's not inside the courtroom yet. We thought this would start somewhere in the 9:30 range. We're going to take a break from our discussing this for a second, but don't worry if you're watching on YouTube, TikTok, Fox Local, we are going to keep this camera shot up. So we're not like going to commercial break or anything like that. We know that there are thousands of people right now who are tuned in to our broadcast, and they want to see this moment when Luigi Mangione walks down this courtroom, walks down this hallway here into the courtroom. So we're going to keep this shot up, and we're going to take a quick break.
Cup got denied. His denial wasn't even directly from United Healthcare. It was through United Healthcare, but they outsource. The same as when you call customer service somewhere and you get some guy in India. All right, once again, you are watching our special hour-long coverage here of the Luigi Mangione hearing on Newsroom Live. It is about 10:14, and so when he walks down that hallway, we will bring it to you live. It is expected to happen in the next minute or two. We've got cameras all over the courtroom. This is sort of when he walks around that corner. You can see where that gate is. He's going to walk around in front of those courtroom officers, past the hallway that would be just to the right, and into the courtroom, which is just behind us there. So what is this hearing all about today? It is about the possibility of suppressing or getting rid of some of the key pieces of evidence that were seized early on in this case: a notebook, digital materials, phone contents, electronic files, all central. Prosecutors positioning these items as proof of planning, ideological motive. If they were excluded, of course, prosecution would lose a whole lot of key pieces of evidence. Not necessarily expected that that will happen according to the legal experts who we've been talking to, but certainly some of the statements he made early on, depending on when his Miranda rights were given to him, it was a 15 to 17 minute stretch between when they stopped him and when those rights were read, to our understanding, and that could be a big piece of it there. So we're tracking this, and we're going to keep this shot up. I think we're going to keep this shot up because I know there are thousands of people now who are tuned in on YouTube, who are tuned in on TikTok and on the Fox Local app, and you want to see this shot when he comes walking in. But as we wait for this, it's important to know what else is going on outside, because we got a serious situation that could be happening over the next day or two. So Audrey, we're going to bring you in. Audrey, I don't know if this is the first time that you've been
doing your weather with the backdrop of a state Supreme Court hallway.
Yeah, I think it is.
I think it is likely, but that's one of the beauties of Newsroom Live is we can kind of bring you multiple events, screen and screen, live events as they happen.
Picture in picture.
Exactly. So this hearing is going on today. I think they're going to pick it up on Thursday and Friday, which may be good because on Tuesday and maybe even Wednesday,
well, Tuesday,
at least Tuesday,
right.
we're going to get it. Okay, so let's we're going to keep this video up. Let's talk weather for a second.
Okay.
What's going on with our weather?
Yeah, today, Dan, everything's fine. It's going to be sunny, nice day, a little breezy, so it could feel chilly in the shade. But we're really awaiting a storm system that's currently developing across the midsection of the nation. You see the temperatures right there, pretty decent. And that storm is going to work its way eastward and affect us tomorrow. So in the pre-dawn hours, we're going to start to see snow moving into the tri-state area. By the way, tonight's lows are going to be below the freezing mark across the entire region, so that's going to set the stage. We're talking lows in the teens and 20s across north
so
in
that's
the
like
Hudson Valley.
that's like real winter feel
right
at that point.
And when we have that cold of an atmosphere and that dry, that's just going to help hold snow in place, which is what's going to happen tomorrow morning. Right now, we're experiencing mostly sunny skies, but this time tomorrow, it's going to be a real mess. We're going to have a lot of snow north and west of the city. It's going to be an icy mix just north and west of the city. The city, Long Island, central and southern New Jersey, as well as southern Connecticut, this is going to be mainly a rain event. We're not expecting snow in those areas I just mentioned. However, the rain will be pretty significant. We could see 1 to 2 inches throughout the day. Now here comes on our future cast. In this mode, it's showing rain. No, and actually, it's not set up. That one's not set up in a mode that's my bad. I didn't set it up for the snow mode, but it does indicate that we're going to see a lot of moisture. When it's all said and done, we're expecting about 4 to 7 inches.
What?
Yes, in places like Sullivan County, Orange County.
Okay, so is that what we call north and west of the city?
Right. We're going to go west,
that.
Sussex, New Jersey, that county. The higher elevations in western Passaic County too. That's also possible. Good 4 to 6 there. 4 to 7 is really the average we're going with here. And then anywhere else south of there, you could see an inch before it changes over to an icy sleet. So I don't think you're going to see much in the way of shovelable snow. Also to note, that snow that I just mentioned up further north, it's going to be a heavy, wet snow. So that's really just...
So is it because the ground has gotten colder? Like, does the ground need to get colder for that snow to start to stick? Or is it just because this is like a significant storm that's coming?
Both, actually. Very good question. So the ground will be cold enough, yes. Right. It is a significant storm as well. Now, the dynamics of it being wet snow have to do with the column of air above the surface and how the moisture is moving through it. So some of the snows are actually going to come down really hard, like an inch an hour, and we're going to see it really pile up. So there's the winter storm watch. We have an effect in the areas in blue. That's where we'll see the 4 to 6 inches, or 4 to 7. In the purple is where we'll see more icing after an initial burst of snow. And then along the coast where you didn't see anything in effect there, that's where we'll see mainly rain.
So if I'm commuting to work tomorrow,
from where?
I'm coming through the tunnel, I'm coming through the bridge, or coming over the bridge.
Right.
Or Holland or Lincoln, or maybe from the East River crossings. I'm gonna be dealing more with like it's that time of year where it's cold and it's kind of rainy. It's like that's what I'm gonna be dealing with tomorrow morning.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, if you're coming from Long Island and you're doing a morning commute, I would say if you leave between 5 and 7, you should be fine.
Oh, really?
Yes. Okay. I think it's anyone who comes in starting on 6, 7, 8. You're gonna be coming into the storm from Long Island. Now, New Jersey, different story. There, no good for you.
No good.
After 4 a.m. So that's it.
All right. But today we're okay.
Yes.
Today enjoy it while we got it.
We'll get out and do the things you need to do today. Today's the day. Although I know a lot of folks are staying indoors for Cyber Monday.
That's true, Cyber Monday. And obviously we have a lot of people this morning who are watching what's happening down in Lower Manhattan. I don't want you to put on your true crime hat here unless you want to. But Audrey, I know that whether you're tracking the news headlines closely or not, even if you're just kind of, I'm not saying that you are, but if you're just a casual news viewer, I don't know if you have people like that in your life, but this is a case that kind of has transcended that. I mean, is this something that, you might, especially last year when this was going on, I mean, is this something that people kind of still talk about and still think about?
Well, I think now that it's coming up, there's going to be more talk about it. I was here that morning actually working when this all it was unfolding.
It's just about a year.
It was unfolding as we were on the air.
I
remember distinctly thinking like, that really happened? And then we saw the video and it was very shocking. And then the manhunt.
The intensive manhunt.
Right, exactly. and the days after that. So I think it's going to be refreshed in people's minds now that this is happening today. So I think there will be a lot of talk. Is this him walking? No, that was last year.
That was the high-profile sort of perp walk, as
with the
they
mayor.
say. Mayor
With
Eric
the mayor?
Adams is there, and it's one of the things that the defense has sort of argued about, that this was clearly an attempt to show him in a negative light there by being, paraded around in the jumpsuit with the law enforcement officials behind him there. And you talk about the manhunt, and this hearing this morning is about a lot of what happened after he was located. That video that you're seeing right there is not from this morning, but it's going to be a very similar shot when he comes walking around that courthouse in the larger picture that we have there. So we'll be tracking it. Audrey, thank you very much. I know you'll be tracking our storm, and we'll be checking back in with you soon.
I'll let you track the court, and I'm going to track the radars.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay.
So Alex, we can sort of maybe take a quick look outside. I think live view 1 is the shot that we have there. So live view 1 is kind of the shot that we have outside the courthouse. Yeah, there you go. You can see some of the barricades that have been set up. Just to the left is where we have some of the other people who've been lined up there. So it's 10:22. How about that you were able to get a weather forecast and not lose sight or lose track of what a lot of people are tuned in this morning, which is to get an update about what's going on with the Mangione trial. It is 10:22. Again, Newsroom Live. This is our special hour. We are dedicating pretty much the entire hour to this. So when things happen, we will let you know. As you can see right now, the photographers, the media, the press, the court officers, you can see her running through there. Does that mean that something's about to happen? Let's, Alex, maybe we could take the audio live up there just for a second as we go to a break.
You know the top?
All right, welcome back to our special coverage of the Luigi Mangione hearing. This is in Lower Manhattan State Court. It is 10:25. Thank you so much if you've been tuning in with us since Good Day went off the air. Maybe you were watching this feed the entire time. We can see there are a lot of people watching on YouTube, and I can see some of the comments there just out of the corner of my eye. We could probably bring them up. We can see some of the comments. I think most of them are G-rated. So this is from Valeria. Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. So she's saying, okay, Luigi is literally taking his sweet time. So as you can imagine, Luigi has been in a federal lockup, essentially, since he was taken into custody and transported here to Manhattan. He has not really had too much time outside of where he's been staying, except for to attend these hearings. And so The transport takes a little bit. Everyone is remaining calm, as Jessica says, because it's going to happen. To be honest with you, we thought that this would start in the 9:45, 10 o'clock range. So here we are at 10:26. We appreciate you sticking with us. We know that it's important for a lot of people who are tracking this case to really be informed about every minute, every aspect, every filing, every detail. And so we're going to do our best to bring that to you. Don't worry, we are going to keep this shot up our entire time that we are on the air here, even if we go to a break. We're not going to be doing any commercials today. We are just sticking straight with this because we know how important it is to a lot of people who are out there. We appreciate it. We understand that there is a significant true crime community and people who follow these cases and think that these are some of the issues that could make a real difference as we move down into the next phases of what will happen when eventually, theoretically, we do get to trial if he doesn't plead guilty or something along those lines. So what's going to happen today? Today is all about the possibility that some of this evidence that was seized could be suppressed. And we're talking about a potential murder weapon, a potential diary, some writings that may be considered a manifesto, and things along those lines. I checked in with Lauren Conlon. She has been here since the very beginning. She's a true crime blogger, and she's also with LA Magazine. She just got that job recently, though, but she has been reporting extensively on the Mangione trial. So as we wait for him to come out, let's check in with the conversation that I had with her. And don't worry, we're going to keep this shot up on the corner, but it really will give you some perspective about what's happening today as we wait, so you can just sort of get all that information. What is it like to cover a Mangione hearing? You know, whether it's the first appearance or something like what's going to be happening on Monday.
Yes, I mean, honestly, it's like nothing I've ever covered before. And, you know, I covered the Diddy trial. But one thing I noticed is that every other hearing I'll go to, whether it's a high profile defendant or not, they enter from, you know, the jury box, let's say, because they're coming in from wherever they're busting from, Rikers. In Luigi Mangione's case, it's MDC. And yeah, it's normally the jury box, you know, they kind of creep in, they sit at the table, and that's that. Luigi Mangione, as you know, he walks in through the hallway in front of press, in front of women and men who were there all night waiting for him. You know, they are giving everybody their shot. They are giving everybody the money shot of Luigi Mangione, and it's obvious. This is for the media and for the press, in my opinion. They are making a huge spectacle and show of Luigi, and it's to me, it's very apparent just because I cover so many cases where things are very, very different.
And when he is there, obviously there is media, there are sort of the legal people who are there, the attorneys, maybe some family, but he also has this sort of weird clique of supporters who are there as well. I mean, people who wear t-shirts, people who are sort of like outward supporters of his who are there, who are in the courtroom, is that right?
Yes, and last time I was there, I spoke to a girl who told me she waited 30 hours. And, you know, this was back in September. It wasn't as cold. It was certainly dark. She waited 30 hours to get into the courtroom. She did get in. I want to say last time in the gallery, there was probably 4 rows of supporters, give or take. But I'll tell you what, when he walked out, Mangione walked out of the courtroom, I felt like he gave them what they wanted. He looked a bunch of them in the eye, and I was like, oh man, the ones he locked eyes with, that's gonna keep them going until the next hearing. That's gonna get them to donate more money to his defense. So again, in my opinion, he knows what he's doing.
And here we are at this next hearing. What's at stake here for both sides at this hearing?
Oh, Dan, this is so important, and I don't think people realize how important this is. These suppression hearings, which we're told are going to take days, are going to determine which evidence will eventually be presented to the jury. And this really stems on the backpack that he was found with when he was arrested, captured at the Altoona, Pennsylvania McDonald's. Now, we've heard, or I've heard, experts from the start saying, ooh, I don't know if that search, the backpack search, is necessarily going to be lawful. Well, that's exactly what the defense is saying. The defense is saying you violated our client's Fourth Amendment right, and therefore everything in that backpack should not be admissible in court. Not only that, but during these discussions, I think it was last week, maybe the 25th, the defense submitted a motion that when they are discussing the items in the backpack, before a ruling is made on what's to be shown, they don't even want the contents of the notebook being read out loud. They don't even want the notebook being called a manifesto. They're saying if, for whatever reason, words from the notebook gets out and there will be a ruling that it's not going to be admissible, that will still be damage done. And so once the media prints those words, a potential jury pool could hear it. And they're saying that's not fair. So there's a lot at stake. There's the 3D printed gun in that backpack, the homemade silencer. Again, I can't call it the manifesto. I get. I'll listen to the defense there, but the notebook, and there's a couple other pieces of writing as well.
Conlon, that was Lauren Conlon with LA Magazine. We appreciate her insight on this case, and she's actually in the courtroom right now. So I wanted to touch base with her earlier before she went in there because I knew it was going to be crowded and difficult. Look at this guy right here. You see the photographer right there? He's going to be our key, everybody, okay? Because when this guy looks to his left, when he turns that Canon camera down the hallway, that's when we know there's going to be some action. But right now he's looking in the other direction. Oh, there we go. He's looking in the other direction, so I think we're going to be okay. You know what? And we do have a lot of people who are tuned in on our YouTube channel right now. And we know that this can be kind of a community of people who, it's like a chat room. So people talk, people put out opinions. And so one of the things that you heard Lauren talking about there, Lauren Conlon with LA Magazine, was the supporters of Mangione who are there. And so one of the big reasons why they have so much sort of security and why there are these steps that are being taken of who gets let in and who does not is because there are a large contingent of Mangione supporters who end up in the courtroom. So let's take a look at one of those comments. That comment is right here. It says, "I believe this case is bigger than one man. It is not about Luigi. It is about the violent healthcare system that forces many into bankruptcy or illness or death." Now, part of what is in this manifesto or this diary, so to speak, are words along those lines, allegedly, that Mangione wrote and was a reason potentially why this crime was carried out. Again, that's part of the accusations, but it is part of the reason why the defense wants this evidence thrown out. They say it was obtained illegally, but getting more to the heart of what that comment is there, that these are a lot of people in this country who believe that this was some kind of justice killing, so to speak. Now, prosecutors will tell you this is nothing more than a stone cold murder, and that this is someone who cannot take vigilante justice because that's not the way that's not the way America works. That's not the way the world works. You can't take a problem that you have, put it into your own hands, and do something along those lines. But certainly there is this large groundswell of support for Luigi Mangione, and it's a very important part of this case, and it's certainly something that we're keeping track of. We do have another question from a viewer, or a comment from a viewer, again on our YouTube page, and the question is, will we see live inside the courtroom? We are seeing live outside the courtroom. We have a couple different angles. This is the one where when he'll walk around the corner, he's going to, you see where that guy, the back of his head, the gentleman who had the New York State Courts on the back of his uniform there, and the woman there, he's going to walk just in front of them. He's going to turn the corner. He's going to walk into the courtroom. This is Justice Gregory Caro's courtroom, New York Supreme Court Justice, who's presided over a few of the earlier elements of this. And he is presiding over this, but there will not be a live camera inside the courtroom. That's why we're outside. But we will have some still photos of what's going on. So the question is here, Dan, what's happening inside the courtroom? It's a good question. I want to go to our Slack feed, and we can check in with Michelle Ross. And Michelle is one of our reporters who was there early in the morning. And she says, number one, the Wi-Fi in the courtroom is working. and she's going to update us as things go along. She says that Thomas Dickey is inside, which is Karen Friedman Agnifilo, sitting with Karen Friedman Agnifilo. Dickey is Luigiana's attorney in Pennsylvania. So you'll remember that in Pennsylvania is where eventually they tracked down Mangione inside that McDonald's, which is where this backpack was located. The backpack, of course, the center of the hearings today. So that's what's going on inside. Our Michelle Ross is in the courtroom as of 10 o'clock right now, 10:36. Nothing has started yet. When it does, you can believe we will bring you the updates. Because it's state court and it's not federal court, you are allowed to have your phones in there, and as long as they have Wi-Fi, they can send out updates as it's happening. But right now, it's not started. So we're going to take a break here in just a second, but we have 2 shots we can show you. This one here is inside the courtroom, inside the hallway, outside the judge's courtroom, and then we can look at live view 22. It's not the best shot. This is a different angle that we have, and you can see it's a little further down the hallway. Yeah, it's right there. That's a little further down the hallway, and so you can see the court officer with his arm resting against the barricade, because that is where Mangione will be walking in just a couple minutes. Has not happened yet, but when it does, you can believe that we will show it to you. This bigger shot that we're seeing there on the left, we're not going to drop that shot throughout the entire broadcast here, because we think it's important that we see this, because it's important to a lot of you. And you see my man right here, he's waving. So he's there you go. What's going on? He's not waving us, but he is waiting for the shot. And as long as he's pointed in that direction, the shot's not going to happen. So we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have a little bit more with Lauren Conlon, and we're going to hear from Arthur Aidala, one of the best legal minds that we have in the New York area, covered so many big cases. So we'll check back in with him too. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. It is 10:40. This is our special coverage of the Luigi Mangione hearing in the state Supreme Court. We're waiting for him to enter the courtroom. We did have some questions about what's going on, because this was supposed to start about an hour ago, really. And so the question here is Luigi being late going to be a problem in the courtroom? We appreciate you reaching out and checking in on this. You know, court, if you're familiar with it, they do have sort of some of the timing that they go through. Sometimes they'll work through their lunch breaks, sometimes they won't take those breaks, but certainly him being a little bit behind schedule is it could be two things. One, we're hearing that it's possible that there is some movement inside the courtroom with Mangione's attorneys and the prosecutors potentially meeting with the judge beforehand. Look, that's not uncommon. Those things happen all the time. Maybe it's a meeting off to the side so that they can work some things out so they don't have to bring it all out in court, work some things out with the timing. Here's what's going on with that. Here's what's going on with the schedule. That's a real possibility. I'm checking in with Michelle Ross, who is inside the courtroom right now. She's one of our top reporters. And so she's inside the courtroom right now, and she's trying to get an answer. I'm trying to get her to give me an answer on that. So it's a possibility. But as you can see right now, I mean, as you see people walking in who I don't believe are affiliated with the case, it doesn't look like he's coming in at the moment. But it's not like he's driving to the courtroom and he got stuck in traffic. He's coming from federal detention in Manhattan and is being transported here. Not Manhattan, but he's coming from federal detention here in the city and he's being transported here. So did we have another comment that we had that we were going to try to get to? I can set the scene just one more time. This is the high-profile case, potential major turn today. Lawyers for Mangione asking the judge to throw out what prosecutors call some of the most important evidence in the case: a notebook, a digital file, a potential murder weapon. Haley Fixler has been outside the courtroom all morning. I know she's been following this case very closely. Haley, it's almost been about a year, pretty much, since this happened. And I know, really, I mean, for the last 12 months, you've been tracking every single part of this case, doing such a great job for us. What are we thinking is going to be the focus today?
You know, as you mentioned, I think it's about what Mangione's legal team wants to do is throw out some key pieces of evidence. So we've talked about it, and it's really important to just kind of think about the gravity of what they're asking. So again, the statements before he got his Miranda rights is something that they're considering throwing out. And then also the notebook and the silencer that was found in the backpack when he was arrested. So these are really big things that tie him to the murder of Brian Thompson. So it'll be interesting to see what happens and what the judge decides. And it's also important to know that this is just the state case. So the lawyers are asking for this to be thrown out for both the state and the federal case, but this hearing today and for the next few days potentially, this is just for the state case. There is going to be a hearing on this for the federal case. That's going to be in January. So it is possible that it could be different for each of the cases.
And Haley, you talk about the federal case and the state case. I know you reported on this earlier, but the state case, can you talk the difference between the possible penalties here? The state case is life in prison. I mean, what's sort of one of the differences there when it comes to what the possible outcome could be?
Yeah, so Mangione, it's important to note, has pleaded not guilty to all of the charges. So if he is convicted, though, on the state charges, he could face life in prison. And if he's convicted on the federal charges, he could face the death penalty. So that's actually something that some of the protesters out here earlier this morning were protesting against. There was a truck with a billboard that was driving around saying no to the death penalty. So that is one of the things that people who are supporting Mangione are upset about, is the potential in a federal case of the death penalty.
Haley, thank you so much. So we have a couple thousand people tuning in right now, but a lot of them weren't with us earlier in the show, this hour-long special that we have here on the Luigi Mangione hearing that's taking place in Lower Manhattan. So I want to play a piece of the sound that part of the interview that you've been reporting with all morning. So we're going to listen to that. This is about specifically what could and may not happen in court today. So let's take a listen to this legal expert.
Wait, Dan, before we go into that soundbite, if I can interrupt, we just got a message from Michelle Ross, who is inside the courtroom, and she said Mangione is now in the courtroom that he just entered.
Mangione has entered the courtroom, is what we're reporting this morning. So we've got these angles inside the hallway here and in the other hallway here. So let's, Haley, thank you very much. I want to stay with us just for a second, because this is Michelle Ross, who is inside the courtroom right now, along with a team of other reporters. from all across the affiliates here, the networks, the local reporters, the bloggers, the supporters. So Michelle says that everyone is seated where they should be. Mangione was just uncuffed. He entered from a side door. He's wearing a suit and a striped shirt underneath. So, Haley, to bring you in here, photographers are taking those photos now. This is a surprise, but if you've followed some of the discussions that these defense attorneys have made since the very beginning, it's that Mangione is being paraded around, and when he's moved and he's paraded in front of the cameras, in front of the media, and in front of others, sometimes cuffed, certainly in the prison garb, that it does make him appear already to be guilty. And so we'd heard that there may be these conversations that were happening off to the side. Was this one of the things that was being discussed that's possible? So Haley, what do we make of this? And then if you could talk a little bit more about what they are going to be discussing today when it comes to that evidence. I think you said some very critical things, the diary, the manifesto, the murder weapon, along those lines.
Yeah, Dan, just to go back to the clothing, that is something that his legal team had fought for. They wanted him to be wearing civilian clothing. So he was allowed certain number of pair of pants, certain amount of shoes and socks and everything to make all of these court appearances. So that is something that the legal team for Mangione had asked for and the judge had granted. So it's not really surprising that we're seeing him in civilian clothes today. Michelle did also say that Mangione was just uncuffed. So, things should be progressing soon. So back to what I was discussing about earlier today and the evidence that his legal team wants to get thrown out. So we're talking about the fact that the defense says that the 27-year-old, that Mangione, he was not read his Miranda rights until about 20 minutes after police started talking to him. And that is where they are very concerned. They are arguing that anything he said to them before those Miranda rights were read should be thrown out because he's has the right to have those Miranda rights. And then the legal team also wants some of the items that were found in his backpack. So we're talking about a notebook that allegedly contained his plan to, quote, whack an insurance executive. They want that to be thrown out, and they also want the silencer found in that backpack to be thrown out.
Those are obviously significant pieces of evidence. And could be very crucial to obviously the state's case. Prosecutors in both cases, obviously it would apply to the federal case as well. So Haley, thank you very much. I know you've been with us all morning, and I know you'll be covering this case later on. Thursday and Friday is when this will also be taking place today, in addition to today. Haley, so just in that regard, as far as I understand, we don't think that there's going to be a decision today. Because this is going to be a couple days that this will take place this week, right?
Yeah, we don't think this is going to be decided today. The judge has had aside several days, anywhere from 5 to 7, to discuss this. He's going to hear arguments for both sides and ultimately, again, decide what can be used in this trial and what cannot.
Okay. Haley, thank you so much. We will obviously be checking back in with you throughout the week. Great job out there for us. We very much appreciate all the reporting that you've had. So here it is at 10:49 on a Monday morning. We've changed the angle of the camera here because the breaking news that we got just a short time ago is that Luigi Mangione has been brought into the courtroom. He was not marched or walked down the hallway. He was uncuffed as he entered the courtroom. After he entered the courtroom, he entered from a side door. So you can see here that the exterior doors here, this is the doors leading into Gregory Caro's courtroom. So Caro, the Supreme Court, the justice here, the judge in this case, has already made a huge decision this morning. He decided, and you have to believe that this was something that the attorneys had discussed previous, because this wouldn't sort of just happen this way. But the judge decided, to the best of our knowledge, that Mangione would not be walked down the hallway. And so the images that we will see will come from the still photographers, and by still photographers I mean the newspaper guys, things along those lines, who are inside the courtroom, who will take those photos. Those photos will then be released. It's called the pool coverage. and then those will be released to the media a little later on. So this hearing is about to get underway. We should get some new details about what they're discussing and how things are going to proceed moving forward. We should get those in just a couple minutes, which gives us a real chance to take a quick break. So as we take a break, we've changed our camera angle because Mangione did not come down the hallway. He's already in court. But what we will get at some point are these attorneys, the family members, the supporters who will be leaving, and that's going to be significant when that happens, because obviously every element of this case is important to so many people who are tracking it all. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
I'm so sorry. I got such good interviews with those kiddos. Did you take the number down correctly? Did you text me? Yeah.
I haven't sent a text yet, but that's you, right?
Cool. Yep, perfect.
Yeah, this is a while ago, and I couldn't get a hold of it. Nobody would respond to me with it.
Right, so going forward, if you have any exclusives,
What's that?
they do in the normal.
Say what?
That's depending on what it is. So,
Yeah.
you never know.
I thought it was decent enough. I'm not really good at the whole PAP selling to agencies and desks and stuff, so I didn't really know what I was doing.
But you never know. Like,
But it was,
because people say some good stuff sometimes.
yeah. Yeah, because the Sun took it for like 24 hours, non-exclusive. It's like $500, but it's not up online anymore.
Awesome.
But I'll keep your phone. I'll text you, and then you'll have my information. I agreed to do a PAP job recently. And
I think it's the one on like 7th Street.
All right, so setting the scene here again, this is 10:53. You're tuning into our special coverage of the Luigi Mangione hearing on Newsroom Live. We're taking a live look at the doors of the courtroom because we just got word a few minutes ago that Luigi Mangione is in the courtroom, and we do have some updates that we want to give you of what's already happening inside. Our Michelle Ross, one of our top reporters, is inside the courtroom. She's sitting on one of the benches inside there, so she's getting live updates as it's happening. So that's going to be key to letting everyone know about what's going on as we move forward with this day, which could be a very important day. She said that a supporter, a Mangione supporter in the back, tried to stand up to get a better view. Now, why would they do that? Because think about it. A lot of Mangione supporters are there because they want to see him. And he normally would come walking down that hallway. He'd come walking through the back of the court and into his position on the front, or in the front next to his attorneys at the front table. That didn't happen today, so they couldn't get a glimpse. What will happen today, a discussion about some of the key pieces of evidence. We spoke with one of the top legal minds here in New York, Arthur Aidala, on Good Day. We're not going to lose this shot that we have of the doors of the courtroom, so don't worry about that. In this little box where I am right here, that's where we're going to show the interview with Arthur. So let's take a listen. It's going to give you a real sense of what we're going to be talking about today.
It started with Harvey Weinstein's trial 5 years ago. It's all the true crime bloggers. It's not Fox and the regular affiliates.
So they take up all the seats in the courtroom?
Yeah, kind of. No, but what the court officers, the New York State court officers are fantastic. So there's like 2 rows for Fox and NBC, ABC, CBS. But then the rest of them are people who pay to be there to watch these hearings. Now, these hearings are very important. Really very, very important. They're typical. They happen in every criminal case where it's appropriate to have them. The first one's going to be what's called a MAP hearing. And a MAP hearing, that's the name of the case, has to do with the evidence they've recovered from him. So it's got to do with his writings, which are important because it gives you his state of mind. It gives you what his intent is, and the gun itself, and the backpack, and everything else. So the judge is going to hear whether those were obtained the right way. The defense is saying, hey, you were allowed to grab the backpack, but you weren't allowed to look at it until you had a warrant, and they didn't have a warrant. So that's the first hearing. That's probably going to go on today and tomorrow. Then Wednesday's the judge's calendar day, so nothing will happen. And then Thursday they do what's called a Huntley hearing. And a Huntley hearing has to do with the statements that he gave to the to law enforcement when they grabbed him. And the argument there is, based on the body cam video, they waited 17 minutes. They spoke to him for 17 minutes before they read him his rights. And the real issue there is, was he free to leave or not? And the defense is planning on calling 2 witnesses that says there were like 20 cops around the McDonald's where he was. There was no way he could have gotten up, like, you know what, I don't really want to talk to you guys, I'm going to leave. Like, they were never going to let that happen. The judge, Judge Caro, he's a storied judge. His father was the judge. He's been on the bench a long time. He's already thrown out the death penalty possibilities of the case.
That was big when that happened, yeah.
And so this is going to be real lawyering with real lawyers. I know the prosecutor. He's been in the office, I think, almost 30 years. He's fantastic. Joel Seidman. I know Mark and Karen Ignifilo. There's Zach Entrada, who's another fantastic lawyer. Tenny Garagos. Mark Garagos is, it's a battle of the titans.
So basically, they're basically saying whatever was in his backpack, they needed a warrant for.
Correct.
Do you really need a warrant for that when?
Well, you do. But there's something also called inevitable discovery. So they were able to grab the backpack once they identified him as the person, as the suspect. But technically, you're supposed to have a backpack. But there are exceptions to the rule having to do with the safeties of the officers. So they're going to say, hey, we needed to know, did he have an explosive device in there? Because was he going to blow up the building?
Because he was wanted for murder at that point. So they may have thought, well, there could be a gun in this backpack. So they had this, would it be probable cause?
Yeah, also exigent circumstances. We need to protect ourselves from the damage he could do. And they're also, the prosecutor's also going to say, like, Judge, okay, so we didn't get the warrant right there and then, but we were going to get it, but they needed to make sure they were safe, so they should be allowed to open up the backpack in this public place where they're not only protecting themselves, but everyone else in that McDonald's. God, he could have had a button and blown everybody up.
All right, let me ask you about the other evidence that was in that backpack, which was a diary. Where he talked about, going after somebody.
Now I know what I have to do.
Right.
Yes.
So, I mean, his defense attorneys don't want that made public because that could be a problem with the jury.
It goes right to his intent, what his frame of mind was at the time, and that he had thought it out and he had planned it out. So it's a premeditated act as opposed to a heat of battle. Look, God bless these lawyers. They're great lawyers. This is an uphill battle. I mean, to be as forthright.
One of the great legal minds, Arthur Aidala, one of the great legal minds here in New York. I know a lot of people tuning in because they want to see that shot of Luigi Mangione as he walks into the courtroom. He's already in. They brought him in a side door. They uncuffed him inside. We do have a photo from inside the courtroom. We just got this photo. This is breaking as it's happening. Let's take a look at this photo. From inside the courtroom. It's going to be Luigi Mangione. You can see it there. That's coming in. Here we go. It's coming in. Almost. We almost got it in there. Okay, so let's see if we can get Mangione. We know he's in there. So what happens sometimes is there it is. There's the photo right there. All right, so this is Mangione in court today. This is just a few seconds ago. This photo was taken. We're almost out of time here on Newsroom Live. We are going to keep updating you throughout the rest of this morning. Critical here, Mangione is in a blazer, collared shirt. He's not wearing that other prison garb, the bright orange uniform that he'd been paraded down the hallway in before. They did not parade him down the hallway today. He's inside. He is uncuffed. This is a hearing about whether or not some of the evidence in the case that was initially seized in the backpack in Pennsylvania when he was first taken into custody will be allowed. So We will see what's going to happen. These are the first images that we have from inside the courtroom. You can see there is possibly some family members, certainly his legal team that is there beside him. And as we get more on this, we're going to have it. We'll keep this shot up there for just a couple minutes. We're going to sign off, right? We're going to sign off here. Okay, so we're going to sign off. And then for anyone who's tuning in on YouTube, TikTok, Fox Local, however you do it, we're going to put the shot of the courtroom back up from outside, because at some point his attorneys are going to walk out, family members may walk out. That'll be significant. Possible they will stop to talk. Sometimes they do it outside, but sometimes if you scream a question at them, they do it right there. So you can see this is our double box. That's Mangione in court today. And that's somebody's forearm. Hopefully we turn back to the other way, and we're going to get a shot of the door. But either way, we're going to continue our coverage. We appreciate you joining us. I know somebody said they got up early all the way on the West Coast because they wanted to see that shot of Mangione walking down the hallway. It didn't happen today, but we do have some information and we do have some breaking news that we will continue to update you on. So stay with us. You've been watching Newsroom Live. I'm Dan Bowens. We appreciate it.
That's so funny. You said Vegas with my homeboys. Name that in Vegas.
Listen.
That is weird.
Can you generate me a relatively detailed and sort of funny caption about Luigi Mangione supporters showing up in the case today? This is more than walking a single pipeline.
Judge Silvera's law attorney. I just walked in just so you know who she is. That's the big cheese. Huh? But that's her husband. That's, yeah. I guess she got the phone like that. She just left her alone? No. No, because they went over in there, so I figured we tell her I'm in here before they get words, and then somebody gets in trouble.
Sure. I got a.
See, I look out for us.
Starbucks already? Sure. Monday? Yeah, fine. It's a control 13 next night. Yeah.
That was before they just took the test.
We first got here, the actual house switch.
It's kind of like an awkward position to put somebody in. Like, I just got here, like, I'm not going to diss these guys.
See you next time.
You guys are definitely more friendlier by over there. I have to. It's kind of on the sneak. It's only like an outdoor shit. Before Christmas, when the West Kids came, me, Alvarez, and Bluen made a move. Well, not like he made a move, but we wanted to come over here, you know? So we went over towards like Ozzy and A-Rod, Chewy, and I got to take a walk around. Over. But I was told, like, keep it on the DL because there were some other ones that didn't have a second one yet. Probably know about it. Yeah. Even now, after that thing happened with the slash and stuff, I got to wear, you know, underwear, sweatpants, kids got sleep, you know, shit like that.
You know what? Someone that a lot of
A hoodie, underwear, sweats, just in case of fresh out. Oh yeah, I heard that.
I know you.
How you doing? Yeah, the last time he was here, when it was in 59, I didn't remember until he said that we were chatting. I forget about what. But it was like both sides. It was like the line to get in press, and then the camera press, and then all of a sudden everybody said, saw my name, and they were like, and then he was like, he looked at me one day and he was like, oh, it's nice. So there's a new line at Township, right? It's supposed to be that way, right? Okay. I mean, it makes it a lot easier. I've never even seen this before. I mean, we always do a new line after we get it. But this is not like always. This is easier than any line ever before.
You're till the end of the day.
I'm here till they come to their senses.
I'm glad I brought a seat.
I don't know. It's just for now.
You guys and Connor went on break?
Huh?
You guys and Connor went on break?
I don't know.
That's nice.
He might have went to whoever. I'm not listening. Tabby, I think, called.
You know about the shooting in Foley Square? You know what they're shooting over there? Huh? The shooting in Foley Square? Shooting like a gun or a film?
Whether it's Law and Order or whether it's
Yeah, they're always filming. But I don't know what it is.
yeah.
I'm gonna look for breakfast in Advil.
Maybe a water.
Don't drink the water with it down.
I heard.
lead pipes. That's why all the water fountains have been ripped out throughout the whole building. But there's a machine downstairs, so it's probably maybe see you later.
No, just for a second, I need to talk to her. That's something. Sam.
maybe get some nice photos of that. Thanks. It's an uncrowded, you guys.
Chris, I'm right behind you.
keeled over. She's with DOC, yeah. Yeah, because that's the hand over.
Yeah, it was sent to me, so he was all right. Told him he was in, not sure. I went down one of the calls, you got these two guys on. Huh? You got Beard?
He's been off for a while.
Reggie Dawson. He's an original.
Oh, geez. That's old too.
Yeah, but he never disappeared.
He didn't used to be a problem. He hasn't been a problem.
Has been a problem lately?
I wasn't given.
Opposite the courtyard, you know, prison. We're up there for we didn't see it once, blah, blah, blah. The next day, after we leave, somebody took a picture of the visiting area.
The next day?
Yeah, the next day.
Somebody knew you were there.
They knew people who were there. We were hiding in the bushes when the cops came out. We were hiding in the bushes.
Was she there?
Yeah, she was there. Yeah, the person that was in the way. I somehow the public. Money to be made, somebody's always going to take pictures.
Oh, big quite long. Excited. Yeah, that's right.
That's going to be out here? You're going to be out here? You staying? I'm just going to stay for a second. Don't touch my camera.
I sat on the bench and I made a bunch of money. My life is so hard sometimes.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
That woman you shot was on the cover of the paper that he's asking us about.
Say that again?
The woman you shot was on the cover of the paper that he's asking us about.
Saying right here.
Yeah, I don't care if you don't care. Just to let you know.
You'll be like, who's the tall, dark, and mysterious guy with the leather jacket that he's got a chip on his shoulder for life? Let's get him on TV.
you're good. No.
You didn't see the photos?
No. Well, they got photos in the court.
But my laptop died.
Is it a lunch break?
No, 5
minutes. Oh, 5 minutes.
You didn't walk today, right?
See, I
Thank you. First name Sean too, so yeah. One of them. Two bosses here are Irish too, pretty much. She and Laney.
Hey, buddy. Good to see you.
I think I heard that it's cash on right now. Yeah, I know. This building's needs
I was. Yeah. She just like shake his hip. But apparently I'm on something right now, so yeah, but I didn't see it. And I would love to get in contact with you if you're left with that. Yeah. Yeah, because when we rip it out, we can hear it. Yeah, what's that? Are you from here?
I'm a freelancer.
Okay.
I'm just on assignment.
Oh, wow.